Hey ha yo hey yo, hey ha yo hey hey yo, hey ha yo hey yo, hey ha yo hi yo, hey yo, oh ka she la ya pe ha wa pa ke na, oh hey ha ke ni lai na ji te lo. Hey, 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 oh, flate wa, oh, ya, te ki, ha, ya, we, chi, cha, ri, ka, cha, le, cha, mu, lo, yo, hey, lo, oh, la.
We have a few council that are going to be late today. Michael's going to be late, Dwight's going to be late, and we have a few that need to be excused that are not going to be here. Ray, Dan, and Sheriff need to be excused. Everybody else that needs to leave early. Steven.
Good morning, council and administration. Hope you all have a good 4th. I hope you all have a good day today, Mark. I need to be excused this afternoon about 2:30, and then on the 12th, I'll be on medical travel.
Okay. Donna.
Good morning, council administration. I too would like to be excused today about 2:30 for the medical appointment. And if no objection, I'll move to excuse everyone.
Martha.
Bienvenue Federal State Outback Council of Administration. I'd like to be excused at 12:30. I have a doctor's appointment at 1.
Okay. Wayne, yeah. Are you leave early? No.
A second.
Okay. Motion by Donna, second by Wayne. Need a question?
All day.
Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we were on the doing resolutions. Last time we left, we lost our quorum on a resolution. It was still in your folders. So if you hand the folders out, we'll continue with resolutions. Was gonna do it. We were stuck on the resolution. We had a motion to approve. I think it was emergency legislation. It was 208. It was on the contractors for the annex and the game fish and parks buildings. One was for contractors for the concrete work that needed to be done, and the other one was for another contractor to do the drywall. So we were stuck on that. We were still discussing, and we lost our quorum. Then we had enrollment right after that. So whoever's on enrollment, can you give Marlene a text, have her come over?
Where's Dwight and Eileen today?
Oh,
Dwight's running late and I haven't heard from Eileen.
Steve.
Do we have IHS scheduled for sometime next day or?
We can bring them down today.
Yeah, we haven't had a
Yeah.
report from them for
I'll
some
call
time.
Stella and have them bring them, have her come down after lunch. That's okay?
Chairman,
But if you want,
yeah, don't forget horse scripts request.
yeah, I got it here. Lisa.
Good morning, council administration. I don't know where we were on our agenda from last time, but did we cover budget and finance?
We were still on budget and finance. We were just,
We need to we have a lot of resolutions that need to be passed.
we had 2 more resolutions left. We went through all of them except for 2 of them, so.
Oh, okay.
Pam had your back.
I think we have 4
A
of
lot
us.
of reading that day.
Students that are gonna spread the deal.
Lots of meeting with just me here.
Just reading.
Was Brenda here today?
Yeah.
Tell her to lose one.
Thank you.
These are next stuff horrible.
What about the ones for that? Ones for the budget?
Oh, yeah.
Then,
Or firing off of BNF first one?
Yeah,
Or firing off of BNF first?
yeah. Finish up with the budget and finance resolution.
On bed.
The one that's not done yet.
What are we doing?
Right.
So which one, where was that?
The annex and game push parks, man.
Oh,
That concrete work.
Chairman, did you guys get to have a fair board meeting?
We did, we went through some of the bids and stuff, so we selected some of them. I have a list of all the bids that went out that we approved that day, so I don't know if you have or not.
Let's see how we
But, did you guys redo what Chippy's,
No, I was waiting for you guys to go to budget and finance. They were all sitting in here that day waiting for you guys, but I think they thought that we would approve their budget at last year's budget, and then we go back to budget and finance, look for the rest. They all showed up on that Friday, but I guess we're not having it till tomorrow, or when is it? When is the next budget and finance?
not until the 14th? No, I was just wondering, because, I know they were talking about their advertisements that they're trying to get out, but
I still have to get to my report now, special events. When I have one person on there.
Yeah, they were saying they needed some money to at least start
well, we,
advertisements and stuff.
yeah, well, we approved for the last year's budget amount, we approved it at that much. So we told them to work with what's there and do their advertising and stuff. I know IT department, they got asked to do the powwow poster.
So they can still access some of it?
Yeah, they can access up to whatever it was last year, 120,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, council, you should have, resolution 208 in your packet from that's where we left off at. We had a motion to approve and it was second. We were still in discussion and we lost quorum, so there's questions about duplicating. We had, the first resolution you passed was a 207 and it was, on the contractors for the concrete work for the annex building and the game efficient parks.
Budget and finance.
Budget and finance. And the second one was for the contractor for the drywall and cleaning up of the mold. So that's how it was played out. Sioux came in here and was trying to explain it to us, but I think he got us more confused, so, we're still in discussion.
Can we bring it back in here?
Remember one's taking it out and one's putting the.
Back in, yeah. But one's basically cleaning it up, taking it out, the other one's gonna come back in and put it back in, so.
Is it the total amount, 238,000?
Resolution 208, it's,
17.
217,000, total of 217,420, 78 cents.
That 238's 207.
207?
Yeah.
And that one was passed? Yeah. I don't have it, but I don't want a copy of it either.
217,208.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, I need a question. Bill, we're approving 208. We can call Bank of the West and have them pay the money out. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, I don't know if who's gonna be doing the rest of the budget and finance resolutions. Is that you, Lisa?
Yeah, I can.
I think there was 4 left in that packet.
What are the ones that Keith just handed out?
They're Kelly. 1 for Land Natural, 2 for Kelly.
Wait, making a motion to. Which one should we start on budget and finance, Madam Secretary? We have one for the. Victim services one. Then we have the club cadet. Was Isaac cadet? Club cadet. And then we have the CREP one and the basic life insurance one, yeah.
Good. Insurance, we have the victim. My original folder.
The only ones I have are victim services, safety of dams, CREP, and life insurance. What's the 4?
Life insurance, correctional services,
ADC.
WIC, this one here.
I don't know.
I don't have it, you don't have it.
For software, we put that one ready. Software update?
Yeah.
That one's done?
Yeah.
We already approved it.
It's already, it's already approved, ready.
Okay, which ones do you have, Madam Secretary? Oh my God. Did you get passed? The victim services one? It's a one-page one.
Now it says 209, right?
We didn't even bring this one up yet.
I mean, but it got a number already.
Will be,
Mine doesn't.
no, she
Check
said
your
that's in it.
record, that mine says 209 on it.
And then,
Does that mean we passed it already, or
I think we might have.
maybe we gave it a number and didn't do anything with it?
What is
not
it
because they
now?
ended on that 208.
Yeah.
I don't have it on record for 209.
Did we pass the one for Trisha Tingle?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with
For that
that.
corporate agreement with Trisha Tingle, did we pass that one?
Yeah, we did. Let's start with the victim service set aside program, a resolution. The number will be 209.
Did you look at 206? Resolution 206? Yeah. Or what was it, 20?
Yeah, I had 209 marked on mine, that's why it's crazy
We ended
that.
up on 208 and then we lost quorum.
I'm wondering why mine inside my folder says.
Maybe you were just thinking ahead.
Down the line,
Number on yourself.
give them their own numbers.
Lisa, motion for emergency legislation,
Okay.
second by Jordan,
Question.
question by Pam. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to.
Motion to approve 2023-209.
Second by Pam. Go ahead.
I'll go to the 6th whereas. Whereas the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Office for Victims of Crime is accepting continuation applications for funding under FY24 Tribal Victim Services Set Aside Program, CDFA number 16.841, for up to $358,830 for 24 months, with the due date of June 13th, 2023. Hopefully we printed it out. Whereas the overall goal of the Tribal Victim Services Set-Aside Program is to provide support to tribal communities to improve services for victims of crime, and will support a comprehensive range of activities to address the need of a wide variety of crime victims in tribal communities. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Victim Services Program will serve as the lead implementing agency in partnership with Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court, and will work with the Tribal Resources Development, SRD, to develop and submit an application to the United States Department of Justice under the Tribal Victim Services Set-Aside Program. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the Tribal Economic Development. This should be the Tribal Budget Finance Committee. Look at the fifth whereas we got it to. And authorize the Tribal Resource Development to submit their application to date on June 13th, 2023. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Tribal President and/or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents thereof as amended.
Okay, is there any discussion? Question by Camille. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Okay, we passed the link one. What about the Spotted Show Crisis Center one?
Yeah, we passed that one.
We passed that one. What about Rosebud Sioux Tribe Corrections Juvenile Detention Facility
Yeah, we passed that one.
for detention grade 4?
We should have the one for safety of dams equipment and one for Sioux Resource Development, the CREP program, and the insurance from Risky or MetLife.
Okay, we'll do the correct program. Okay. Motion for emergency legislation.
Ken, second by Pam, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion.
Motion to approve 2023-10.
Second, Pam. Go ahead.
Start at the sixth whereas the Sioux Resource Development is developing the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program CREP for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Sioux Resource Development has worked to facilitate the tribal CREP project in collaboration with existing tribal programs and entities who have the resources to provide the staffing, consultants, and resources. And whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe has a vested interest to ensure that the program is established with the necessary resources to establish a viable program that meets the needs of improving the land resources of the tribe using the U.S. Department of Agriculture Conservation Resource Enhancement Program. This will allow for the improvement of the resource, which will increase the value and ensure it will be a valuable resource for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And therefore be resolved that the Sioux Resource Development would like to have an authorization to use our consultant, Emily Boyd, with the contract for $25,000, and therefore be resolved that upon authorization of this resolution, the Sioux Resource Development will continue to develop a staffing plan and formal memoranda of agreement and understanding with key partners and stakeholders. And therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the Tribal Budget Finance Committee and authorizes the Sioux Resource Development to develop the Rosebud Sioux Tribe CREP program, Sioux Resource Development to develop the Rosebud Sioux Tribe with resources and funding available in their budget. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council authorizes the tribal president or designee official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof.
Second, have a job description in the back and our scope of work, so we did allow for TLE to create that office. So. Any discussion? Any question? Donna, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
What about the Tecro one? Tecro Commission recommends to retain all revenue from the Tecro fees collected to enhance Tecro program. No, we pushed that back to budget and finance because that's gonna mess up our general account. And then Tecro Commission recommends to give the tribe $800,000 of the project Tecro fees to retain all Tecro fees. Is that one pushed back to? Yeah. And the which one was already passed, right? Yep. RST ADTP calculation. Has that one been passed?
All of them's in pass except for the
2023-122? Which one? Sioux Downs.
let's do the, purchase of the Cub Cadet for safety of dams.
Okay, motion for emergency legislation.
Levin. Second by Pam, question by Neil. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 2023-11.
Second by Pam. Go ahead.
Start at the 7th whereas. Whereas the RST Safety of Dams program has solicited a request the purchase of a Club Cadet Pro Z972 SDL mower on a sole source basis. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended the approval of the purchase of the Club Cadet Pro Z972 SDL mower from Black Hills Power Equipment, 23842 Mill Iron Drive, Rapid City, South Dakota 57702 on a sole source basis. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST for the approval of the purchase of the Club Cadet Pro Z972 SDL mower from Black Hills Power Equipment, 23842 Mill Iron Drive, Rapid City, South Dakota 57702. The amount of $25,399 on a sole source basis. And be it also resolved from President of the Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate, directed to sign and execute any necessary documents for the purchase of the Club Cadet Pro Z 972 SDL mower.
Discussion. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
Is this one, it has 160 on it. Office of Victims of Crime for the Attorney General's office? Right. What about, and then the other one is for this, RST, right?
Okay. Whoa.
Motion for emergency. Second.
Numbers 212, second by Pam, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion approved, 2023-12.
212. Second by Pam, go ahead.
Right at the 5th whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council passed Rosebud Sioux Tribe Resolution number 2021-96 to approve the proposal between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and RST Benefits, Minnesota Avenue, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 67302, as to act as a broker to obtain insurance coverage for basic life, voluntary life, critical illness, hospital indemnity, and accidental benefits. Whereas RST Benefits has proposed an amendment to the basic life insurance group life and AD&D, accidental death and dismemberment, for $50,000 per benefit eligible employee at a rate of 17 cents, 0.017 cents per $1,000 coverage with age reduction at 70 years old to a benefit increase of $75,000 at a rate of 0.0184 per 1,000 coverage with an age reduction at 75 years old. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approve the basic life insurance amendment with MetLife original contract with the amendment effective July 1st, 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance Committee and approves the MetLife basic life insurance amendment with MetLife. And be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign and execute the agreement and any other necessary and or related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Is MetLife and RST the same thing?
Yeah, they just, that's the
Yeah.
insurance covers
They use the, Risky is the broker, they get MetLife to provide it. Yeah. Okay, is there any more discussion? Not, we need a question. Jordan, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried.
Is that all for budget finance?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I got, before we get off budget finance, I got to bring up, something from Horse Creek. Horse Creek, had their money from, CARES, was it CARES money or ARPA money? To do their building, and they came up so many dollars short. So Fremont, you want your paperwork back? Can you kind of explain what's going on?
He asked me to,
Oh, okay.
he asked me to explain.
Yeah, positive.
I thought I read the inspector's report.
So, Horse Creek is asking for an amount that's owed to, or to get some work finished that wasn't done. Monies was mishandled, whatever, but the amount that they need is $14,348.01. But, this came to Budget and Finance, and we forwarded them to Elderly Affairs to see if Elderly Affairs could help them with this, since they do their food, their elderly food out of that building. And we didn't get nothing back, but according to Fremont, Elderly told them that they didn't have no money. So I guess what I'd like to do is push this back to Budget and Finance and see if we can find something for them.
Okay, might wanna kick it back to the, ARPA committee. I think that's the only place we're probably gonna be able to take anything from, so I don't.
We're really gonna run into a problem of, our biggest concern is we have some communities out there that didn't get to utilize, they didn't get to exceed their amount. Some that did exceed were requesting assistance. One of them, for example, is like Carly. They still needed some money, and we never even helped them with anything. So that was kind of our concern, because if we do one community, I'm doing all of them, all the ones that need assistance. So I guess I'd like to go ahead and table this and put it back to ARPA and Budget Finance.
A motion to table and send back to
Budget Finance.
ARPA on budget finance. Is there a second? Second by Wayne. Question? Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0. 0 has a question.
Derek, you had a question, or was it?
Yeah, well, I was just pertaining to that, we sit on the tech report, and I seen the inspector's report, and the community, they use their whole money up, and the people that contracted it out, the building can't even be operated in. It's not acceptable. So, what are we gonna do to those contractors, we're hiring everyone in all of our family, and our family might not be the best contractors, so I think that we need to really maybe get Archie in here, so he can talk to us and let us know too, when the article comes.
Fremont,
Yeah, Chairman, I know this is tabled, but how long is it gonna be tabled?
Budget and Finance meeting.
14th, maybe on the 14th.
We don't work on the 14th, no holiday, so it'll be the 25th.
And then make sure to have those inspectors from Checker go there.
Sounds like the 25th, Fremont, they don't work on 14th unless they reschedule it.
If you hired that private contractor to finish up on this, and he's done with it, so he's waiting for his money.
Oh, it's sent back to, it's even more sent back to Budget and Finance, so wait till ARPA meeting or Budget and Finance.
Then we schedule it. Will we schedule it? Monday or, oh, Monday? Monday.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Okay, before we move on, we're talking about elderly nutrition and the summer food program. I had the director come in this morning, and she was talking about the numbers that are showing up at each community. St. Francis does their own as far as their summer program. I think Two Strike or maybe it's Split Bear or Horse Creek, one of them have their own program too. So she's saying there's not enough kids showing up to even feed to get a reimbursement back, so they're coming up short on their monies. She asked me if I thought I can come to council and ask them if it was okay just to close the summer food program down for the year. If not, then she wanted me to ask you guys for money to be able to feed the kids this summer. The numbers are clear down. It's not even worth reimbursement, she said, because she's already got a loan from the treasurer of $9,999 to she's supposed to reimburse that when her reimbursements came in, but the kids are not showing up to eat. So she wanted me to bring it to council and see how you felt about closing the summer food program down. If you guys didn't agree with it, she wanted me to ask for money. She needs $24,000. Wayne?
Question. So if that's to pay like how is she doing her disbursement? Like is she having a cook in every community? Or?
Yeah.
If the numbers are
the cooks and the food.
If the numbers are that low, then why don't they have a plan where those kids that are coming in, because there's probably only a few, maybe it sounds like in every community, that she could have those meals that are basically like don't require a cook. You just have to boil water, basically. At least and let them have something like that. I mean, instead of canceling the whole program, because obviously the ones that are coming are the ones who truly need the assistance.
Right.
I mean, those
I know
meals
what
are
they said,
actually
they're probably getting about, I think she said there's probably about 40 in animals a day. That's what she said was coming in. That's quite a bit still, for animal, but she said the numbers are way down. She said the cost of running the programs is more than what she would get reimbursed, she said. So
you send that to budget, a motion to send that to budget and finance.
okay, motion to send a budget and finance. Need a second. Need a second, and then we can discuss it. Second by Norman. Go ahead, Jordan.
Thank you. So in the meantime, are they gonna have enough funding to go forward? Because I know that we're scared in animal because I mean, 40 kids out there is a lot of kids that come from my community alone, so I don't want them to go without. I mean,
there's not enough money to continue. So if you guys wanna maybe find another more money for her to keep going till we get to budget finance, that's up to you guys. Donna?
I'd like to see them, for the treasurer to help with funding, even if it has to be at least the last 2 weeks of the month or something. That's kind of the rough part for all of our kids. I know from the 1st to the 10th is good, but it's those last 2 weeks of the month that
Okay. Okay, there's a motion to send it back to Budget and Finance to look for money, but meanwhile, we don't have enough money to run it, so we're just gonna have to wait till Monday to get her answer, so. Need a question?
How come she can't run it? Well, I mean, how come she can't run it till Monday? There's only today and tomorrow left.
She can probably run the money, but she had to borrow some from the treasurer to get as far as she got right now. She said she don't have no money to, or food or pay to cook, so.
I guess, you know, it's interesting on what's going on because, there had to have been a budget that was created for all these communities. And in that budget, there was a dollar amount that said how much you needed to run the program. Was that money already in her program, or does she get that money from wherever to fund that?
She spends the money, she gets the money, she puts a budget in, you guys give her an advance on her funds, and then when she gets her reimbursements, then she pays that back. But she doesn't even have enough money, reimbursements to cover her expenses that she's doing right now, as far as reimbursements. So, for the month of June, she got reimbursed $6,700.
Well, I think she'll be okay until Monday when she comes to Budget and Finance.
Okay.
So I'd like for her to keep going until Monday.
Okay. All right. Is there a question?
I'll question.
Ma'am, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, you guys are ready for enrollment? Probably about that thick, right?
Yeah.
We go off the air for enrollment, right?
Family Violence Prevention and Services Grant by providing victim services to our community, and does hereby support White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, Inc. in continuing to seek available and continued funding from the Family Violence Prevention and Services Grant, and therefore be it resolved, further funds from the Family Violence Prevention and Services Grant and the Violence Against Women Act grants where the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is a grantee shall be administered by the tribe and accounted for to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Certified Accounting Policy and Procedures Manual. And therefore be it resolved, the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized to sign the necessary grant documents for the Family Violence Prevention and Services Grant and the Violence Against Women Acts grants now. Therefore, be it further resolved that this resolution will be deemed as in full effect for the next 2 years and will expire in 2025. I read the certification.
Oh, is there any discussion? Any question? Jordan, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Numbers 220, need a second. Tennille, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve. Second by Jordan.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is a recipient grantee and the White Buffalo Calf Women's Shelter is the violent service provider for the tribe and will act as the implementing agency of the Office of Violence Against Women Acts grant. Whereas pursuant to 34 U.S.C. subsection 12511E, funds under this grant must be used to support the establishment, maintenance, and expansion of programs and projects within Indian Country and Alaska Native villages to provide intervention and relief assistance to those victimized by sexual assault. Whereas the Office of Violence Against Women Grant Tribal Sexual Assault Services Program grant can be awarded up to the amount of $545,000. The grant will be implemented over 3 years beginning fiscal 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council supports the White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, Inc. grant application and submission of the Office of Violence Against Women Act. The funding in this application will provide support in providing sexual assault victim services in our communities, and therefore be it resolved that the funds from the Office of Violence Against Women Act grants where the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is a grantee shall be administered by the tribe and accounted for to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Certified Accounting Policy and Procedures Manual, and therefore be it resolved, the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized to sign necessary grant documents for the Office of Violence Against Women Act grants and White Buffalo Calf Women's Society. Now therefore, be it further resolved that this resolution will be deemed as in full effect for the next 3 years and will expire in 2026 or until the completion of the grant.
Discussion. Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried. Are we done with all resolutions in the packet? Yep. Okay. I did call Skylar and was gonna have the IHS report down here. I never heard anything back, Steve, so, I don't know if it's 2 o'clock?
I told you.
Oh, you did, okay. 2 o'clock, I guess. Go ahead,
Barry, the executive director at White Local Tax, is corresponding and needing someone to go to Oklahoma.
Are you going? Oklahoma's a long ways to drive.
For what?
Vanessa,
I have one resolution.
is you have sit in the packet?
Yep, it should be.
Under
I
what?
have mine.
Oh,
Under, if it wasn't under anything, it was for communities.
Shady.
I think that's,
I think it's way in the back.
I don't have it either.
Eileen has hers.
Way in the back. Hiding. Hiding.
We need three copies.
For the trailer?
For the trailer.
I don't have one. No, I don't have one.
We're done with all once we get her community resolution, we'll start back at the top with the officers report. I didn't give mine. Everything I had written down last time we met, we pretty much went over it, but I'll try to give you a little update on what I've been doing through the month, so just so you guys know what I've been working on. We do that now while we're waiting? Okay. On my report, I had the CREP program, which was they were invited to be here and give an overview and a report on what that's all about. They actually, guys made a motion to have that office be set up over by with TLE, so that has been reported. Tax collection agreement, the state revenue people were down here. We had a meeting down here in person. We talked a lot about our tax agreement and where we're going to go with that. One thing we really talked about was internet sales and that kind of stuff like Amazon, and we're trying to set up they have a software program where if we provided them with 911 addresses that they can actually link that to our membership and be able to charge them sales taxes and to come back to the tribe. So we're still working on that. We're supposed to have something done by July 1st, and that's already passed. So we should be meeting with them again to follow up on that meeting. That's on the tax collection agreement. The gaming compact, we had another meeting with the state officials out at Noam's office. We talked a lot about machines and what we wanted for machines for expansion. We asked for 1,000 machines like Flange Sioux tribe. What happened is they offered us 500, and they said they wouldn't go any higher than that, so we're kind of stuck in limbo as far as what we want to do with that. If we want to go back to the table and try to have another meeting to try to get our machines up to 1,000. And that's in case we expand. We'd like to have a number of machines to be able to expand out. The prosecutor's office situation, we talked about in our meetings at the judiciary. We had a judiciary committee meeting up at the courthouse, and we talked about the situation with the prosecutor's office. Lisa mentioned earlier that we got a hold of Trish Tingle. She's at Office of Justice Support, and we're going to get some more money to fund our prosecutor's office and some of those positions. So we're still looking for prosecutors, law-trained prosecutors. So if anybody out there knows anybody that is law-trained and wants to come work for the local Sioux tribe as a prosecutor, send them our way. We're still advertising for our Attorney General. I called one applicant yesterday, and I'm going to try to set up another meeting with him. And I'm going to be working on that with Tennille to maybe set up some type of interview. So the person that pulled his application before is interested again. So we'll try to work with him. Maybe we can get our Attorney General here in the near future. The BEADS grant that's provided to the state, some of that money that's going to go to the state to expand the broadband some of that money is used for implementation and planning as far as the tribes are eligible for it, but they have to, the state has to take us through some type of consultation before we can apply for any of that BEADS money. So we have a meeting set up on the 10th with Mike. He's from the state. He's head of that BEADS program. I can't remember his last name, but we're going to set up a meeting on the 10th. He's going to come down and we're going to talk in council, not in council, but we're going to come into the council chambers and have a session with him on what it takes to apply for some of that money. I think it's $100 million that each state gets, or maybe even more, to help people implement the broadband and plan for it. So the solid waste situation, I did ask them to advertise for a director up there. The personnel committee thought maybe they should go back and revise the job description for that. So that's what they did, and now it's ready to be advertised again. I have some people out there that are interested in being our director for solid waste. So we'll get that advertised, and I'll set up interviews as soon as we get enough applicants. I reported on the FEMA emergency reimbursement. We did sign the public assistant admin plan. Last time was in council, so we approved that, and we're allowed $860,000 first. We brought on $860,000 first of all for protective measures as far as reimbursements. Another $30,000 for some wells that were damaged on the reservation. I'm not sure which one they are, but that's the first drawdown. We're still working on the expenses as far as the storm and the 48-hour period that we had to collect on that. So otherwise, that's all I have. I didn't have a whole lot. Like I said, we went through all of it before, so I don't have any questions. Go ahead, Jordan.
Did you ever get follow-up on, I know Steve asked about the equipment for the skid steers and then the heavy equipment. Did we ever get clarification on that yet?
I did. I talked to Jim about it. He said that you guys never told him where to get the money from. So that was his answer to me. So he said you guys make motions, but you guys got to make motions for where the money's going to come from. That's the skid loaders. I'm talking about the skid loaders.
Yeah, it was a resolution and it had all the info in there because Eric's the one who drafted it for me.
Evidently, they didn't get it, so that's what I was told. So I might want to bring him down here later. So
is he gonna have that type of attitude though?
I don't know.
I mean, we pay them good money and this is the kind of treatment that we get. What happens if that money's already gone and there's a resolution that's sitting there?
Well, he said there was not enough money in there to order them anyway. So he said that you guys
At that time there was.
I don't know, some of the things that you guys have me follow up on it, I shouldn't be following up on it, should be the business office. And I'm not throwing anybody on the bus, but you guys gotta start using that business office too.
Well, that goes with the ARPA, them guys as well, they need to be doing their job, otherwise we don't need to be paying them anymore.
Probably, but I'm just giving you the report, so. Anything else, Pam?
I guess my question for Madam Secretary, we passed motion for business office to do some things. Can you do, or have your office make a, what do you call them, a digest of what we direct, the motion excerpts of what we had business office do, so that we can follow up on, instead of going back into our monthly meeting minutes and trying to find what all we had to do? Can you have them do that, please? And that way we know what all they're supposed to be doing.
Follow up a little bit on Jordan's. The only thing that's in question is the skid loaders. The skid loaders were different from the loaders. So I think they got the loaders, but they want some type of MOU signing off that you guys are responsible for them in your community. So something has to be developed. But as far as the skid loaders, they said there was not enough money in their funds to be doing that, so you guys gonna have to tell them where to get the money from. Anything else? We'll go to the secretary's report. Oh yeah, we'll go back to the resolution for Grass Mountain. Okay, number is 2020-21, if you want to bring it on as emergency.
Okay. 2021, bring on the emergency.
A second. Bill, question? Versus question, I
just want to say something. I think that, this should go back to, ARPA because, they offered these trailers to all the communities and, probably majority of the communities are going to want to keep them. So I think if we deal with one, then there'll be some issues. But yeah, it's still under ARPA, so, you know, I think it should go back to ARPA on this. And then we all deal with it, and when they do, accept, they found ways to utilize their trailers, and they're able to pay for their lights and their, insurance, then all that should be done together and given to the communities, because they're not trying to not give them to the communities as this, you know, they want to utilize theirs in this way right away, so that's why she's bringing it up. But it should be as a whole, and I think it should go back to ARPA, so they can deal with all the communities at once.
think the history of that was they met back when, back in May, first part of May. They gave the communities, the President's Association, they talked about, I think Skyla went to their meetings and they talked about when the pandemic is lifted by the president or whatever declaration, is that what's going to happen with the trailers. And the trailers were supposed to be given back to the community, but they're supposed to have came up with a plan and had submitted it by May 15th. So that's done and gone. So I don't know how many communities came up with the plan or not, but that was what was supposed to have happened. I know Mills Camp community we're talking about using theirs as a place to maybe house an officer down there because they're in great need of an officer down in Mills Camp area.
And a lot of communities probably didn't get taken back because they all don't go to the CPA meeting. So maybe they didn't get that information to get it back. And I think they should give them another deadline and everybody bring it. And then after that, nothing, they give it back to the tribe. But it should give the communities one more deadline. And then from there, they don't respond and it gets taken back to the community. Is what I think. Because our community discussed it. And so we're going to decide what we're going to do on our next meeting, so that's why I'm sure a lot of communities don't know the deadline.
There's a motion to bring on as emergency legislation and number 221. I need a second. Bill, question by Donna. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'm opposed to that.
What's the count?
What is it? Yeah, that's.
Let Grass Mountain have their community trailer, as long as they take over.
I'm kinda like with Eileen on the ARPA thing, because we did pass a resolution stating December 31st, so, yeah.
What's eight what?
7,
Opposed?
7,
7 opposed?
no, 7,
8, 7. 8?
7. 2 voted.
2 opposed.
Yeah,
Vote again.
2 opposed.
Vote again.
Vote again.
Vote again.
All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2,
It's emergency
3,
legislation,
4,
so-
5, 6, 7, 8.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not voting?
1,
Motion to approve?
2 not voting.
Motion to approve. Vanessa,
Motion approved.
second.
Second.
What was it?
Yeah, we're 2 in the room.
Donna, second.
Second by Don. Go ahead, Vanessa, read your resolution.
Okay. So I will read the fifth whereas. On January 18, 2022, the Grass Mountain community passed a motion to keep the COVID trailer for the youth and community functions located on the business site described as Southwest 14 Southeast 14 Section 3 T 37 North R 31 West 6 p.m. Tahoe County, South Dakota. Said lease containing 2.5 acres more or less located in Grass Mountain, subject to all rights of ways, ingress and egress, and whereas funds for maintenance, utilities, and other expenses shall be paid by the Grass Mountain community. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the request of the Grass Mountain community to keep the COVID-19 trailer for youth and community functions.
Any questions, discussion? Pam,
A motion to table until all communities have something in place.
motion to table, the second
Second.
by Lisa.
In health board, we did make that motion that there has to be a written plan in place for each.
Question by Norman, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Okay, let's go on to the secretary's report. Lisa,
I would like to make a motion to have all communities put a written plan in place concerning their COVID trailers to include that the community will be fully responsible for all expenses, repairs, and any liability.
By August what?
Huh?
By
I was gonna
August
say
what?
maybe 60 days. 90
Get it done,
days.
because we need to move.
90 days? How long do you think? 60? I would say like 90, because, you know, we have, the fair coming up, and a lot of communities don't meet regularly, so.
okay, so there's a motion to have a plan, each community have a plan in place by, within 90 days.
A written plan in place that covers their full responsibility concerning the electricity, liability, what was the 13th?
Are you doing 60 days?
90,
I would just say that
my motion.
when you start thinking about it, you should start at least trying to do 60 or less. Because if they can't put a plan together that they've known for over 6 months that they needed to do, you're gonna run into another problem. Those trailers are gonna start freezing up.
Yeah.
You're gonna try to move them in the winter, which is gonna be a problem. And if they're gonna go to an area that doesn't have a THPO survey, you're gonna have to try to complete a THPO survey in a rush.
Should you do 60?
I'll go 60.
Jordan,
Plans to go to, submit it to warehouse board?
Yeah, because they're under, health admin right now, and then we did have that motion come out of health board the last time we met, so.
60 or 90? 90?
45.
90, okay.
Sounds like an auction.
Any other discussion on it? If not, we need a question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1,
Oh, no, not me.
1, 2,
Not voting.
Donna just emptied her cheeks
1.
on camera.
Motion carried.
What we got a number?
Should be 10 to 2.
Yeah, 10 to 2.
Okay, what else we got here?
I was sketching how many meetings, and then we need to pick the special elections.
Okay, the secretary has, meeting minutes and some committees that need to be selected.
Special events, ethics, and tax.
You should have your meeting minutes on there for May 10th. May 11th.
Doing the minutes first?
Yeah. May 17th. And the 24th. Give you guys a chance to review a little bit.
I pulled this resolution too, and it does say, whenever you meet, that's where that is.
Madam Chair.
Nicole, on the 17th, they misspelled my name on that one, on the second one. And then, down here, on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on like the 7th one down, it says seconded by Ray and questioned by Ray.
You read this resolution, it tells you.
And then when we brought it up, it's a resolution.
Purchased it by FedEx.
Did the superintendent ever get an office down here then? Should we give you a monthly calendar?
She's detailed out.
She's detailed out.
She drills it out.
I think the discussion was they were gonna put an office over here in the fire department, that's where they're gonna be. So,
Yeah, she's on a 90-day detail down to Phoenix.
190.
Yeah, so she's pretty much gone.
Next
Well, that's 3 months, you know what I mean?
But never come.
Oh no, 120-day detail to Phoenix area office. Yeah. She's gone. She didn't want to chill, you know, for
So now, what's wrong with your name?
That one was the 17th. On the second page.
Did I give you a new one?
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha, sorry.
Yeah,
Said happy
it's
typing.
Mr. Chair,
Wait, wait.
I'm getting messages, who is responsible for the utility charges for all those COVID trailers right now? Because they're months and months behind.
No idea. Yeah, they've been paying for them. That was why they wanted to plan back by May 15th, June, July. It's probably gonna be getting shut off here pretty soon, so. I was on the understanding if they didn't have anything by May, the ones that really didn't want their responsibility of the COVID trailers, they would go back to the tribe was gonna use them for programs. For programs, that's what I thought was gonna happen, so. Is there any questions on the minutes?
I have a question.
Anna?
On May 24th, I made the motion to approve Brianne Herman as acting sergeant at arms. And then, is she also a director?
He's acting legislative affairs director.
Okay, so do they get compensation also when they're acting, or they're director?
Yeah, they do.
They do, okay. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions on the minutes?
On 24th? It's not according to that. Use the read. I just want to pay for my other one. You pay for governmental affairs. We pay the 24th. Yeah. That's all right.
Okay, we need a motion to approve minutes of May 10th, May 11th,
And then
May 17th,
She should just take that. What should we do?
and May 24th, with amendments. Need a second. Or did you make a motion, Norman? No?
Yeah.
Second by Fremont, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
3.
Motion carried. Go ahead, Jordan.
I just need to make a motion before I forget. Andrea's asking if, for council, if anybody wants to go to emergency preparedness plan. July 17th through the 20th.
The 20th, that's next week, no, that's week after.
Yep.
The whole week.
Where? Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, emergency management meeting. Get your information from the emergency management
Andrea.
director, Andrea, after. Making a motion for the travel?
Yeah.
Okay, any of the council that wants to travel for that?
I'd like to include Dara for the travel to go to Buffalo.
We do, oh, we'll add that too? Okay. Need a second. Donna. Question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried. Okay, secretaries,
And I have committees.
committees. That's that already, right?
Yeah.
Just don't vote on that sheet, now we like.
Like the other ones.
Same thing, just vote on that. Be easier because we need
Do
to pick four.
them all at once or what?
Yeah, do them all at once, and that way.
I don't think we can do it that way.
I just do it the regular way, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's do it the other way. Okay, the first one that we have was SWA Board of Directors. There's still no applicants for that position. That's, I don't know why they call it District 1 or what. Which one? Elks Camp area?
No. Or is it
Bull Creek? Bull Creek?
Yep. Paula is ideal. No, Camp.
What's District 1?
We're gonna be voting on this.
We gotta vote.
I think we might wanna lobby some of your constituents and ask them to see if they can run for that position there. That large position.
I did at one point last meeting, and
Not happened, huh?
I did a while back, and
The Special Events Committee, they need 4 members, so vote for 4.
Just mark it on the sheet. That's okay. Is he gonna vote again? You ready? Sure.
Okay, here we go. That first one, William B. Long, Tanya, Nicole, Steve, Dion, Tanya, Summer, Steve, Will, Tanya, Nicole, Steve, Tanya, Nicole, Steve, William, Evie, Dion, Nicole, Steve, Nicole, Tanya, Steve, Evie, William Beebe, Tanya Marshall, Summer Rulard, Nicole Stone, Tanya, Beebe, Nicole, Steve, Steve, William, Beebe Long. There's 2 on that one. Evie, Tanya, Nicole, Steve, Evie, Summer, Nicole, Steve, Evie, Dion, Tanya, oh, excuse me, sorry. Tanya's. So it would have been Evie, Tanya, okay. Nicole, Steve.
That was
Okay, it's BB 11, Tanya 9, Nicole 10, Steve 11. Motion to seat. Motion by Dara, second by Tennille. Question by Norman. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried. That's
Who are the
one.
four now? You good?
What's that?
Who are the four again?
Dee, Tanya, Nicole, and Steve.
Cool.
Next one is for the Ethics Commission. One here. You guys
Can we
want-
re-advertise that?
do you want somebody else to do it?
Yes.
Somebody else want to make a motion to re-advertise? You want to make a motion to see?
That's what you did, right?
Motion to re-advertise.
Donna,
Maybe motion to
Motion
see.
to see.
motion to seat Valencia on Ethics Commission.
We have one to motion to re-advertise first.
Second by Norman.
Second by Norman. She didn't make the motion because
Which one?
she can't make a motion because that's her sister.
Yeah.
She didn't make a motion.
Yeah, someone else to make the motion.
Darryl made a motion to seat and then Norman seconded, so. Is there a question? Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2 seat.
1.
No, 2 seat.
2 seat. 2. 4.
What's the number? 704?
7. Yeah. 0, 4.
We need to go on.
705. Yeah.
705.
705.
Was it that
Carried.
About a year and a half.
Okay.
I don't know the exact
Next
story.
one is TAC Commission. Need one
Is that
member.
Can I ask a question before we go?
Go ahead.
So, this also brings up, because that one we just seated is a tribal employee, right?
Yeah, see?
I think she's on.
I understand that, and we've already set precedents, but we need to correct the personnel manual. I mean, there's.
Why not that
We've tried, but it failed the last time we tried, but, I mean, it's still happening, we might as well just address it and fix it, because as it sits, we're not following our own rules. I don't have a problem with tribal employees sitting on boards, we've done it since, I've been here for 2 years now, and we've continued to do it, so we might as well just fix it.
Right. How do we go? We go.
Three of them have here already voted. You guys want to vote again, or do you want to use the same ones that turned these in?
Okay.
I want to make sure.
That's one of them.
Yeah. I had three that fill them out on this, so I'll just.
There's good.
Okay. All right.
Quick. Yours on there, right?
We did it last time. I voted for
Do you still have that resolution or no?
She could get it up. That's what I don't like is one for the other.
We'll bring it on.
Yeah, 3 of us.
Bring it on.
You know, I'll bring it up.
Nails, Jordan.
Your governmental third, right?
Did you get that?
Okay, we're voting on one member for the tax commission.
And then the chief judge.
Hold up one more.
Okay, first one, Troy. Liana. Troy. 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 Liana. Troy. Troy. Tammy. Troy. Ron. Ron. Troy was 6. So we need a motion to seat Troy Lunderman on the tax commission.
Move.
Wayne, second by Dara. Question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh,
0.
not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Jordan.
Jordan, go
I have
ahead.
a couple questions. So is the legislative director being advertised?
Yes, it is.
Is there a closing date or is there?
We need to set up some interviews, yeah.
Okay. And then I also have the resolution from those 15 Bobcats that was approved.
Okay, does it say ARPA on it?
It was from the $5 million that was allocated to you during the
I
storm.
think that's what they told me, there was not enough in there to buy them.
But on January 30th, when we passed this, there was.
You'll have to bring them down here, I'm not the one to be arguing with them over them.
But you always say that when they're here, that I can't micromanage their tax.
You can ask them questions, you can't attack them, okay?
Do I ever attack them?
Yes, you do.
I'm
Yes,
asking
you do.
questions right now
Yes, you
because
do.
I feel like it falls on deaf ears.
I'll call a point of order. We'll bring them down here so you can take it at.
Well, they're your
Question answered.
employees, you should be dealing with it as
Yeah,
well.
they are, so I don't appreciate you attacking them when they get down here either. Eileen,
I was just gonna say, if you're gonna call them down here, okay, but I just didn't know if you were gonna, because the 19th is the ARPA meeting, and if you wanna come and question it then, because Harmony is one of them that isn't gonna get this, because we were one of them that were gonna get it. So I would like to know too, but we kinda have like protocol things to get to, and the ARPA meeting's the 19th, and I think we should know where we're at with it, since it's the 19th, but if you're gonna call them down, so be it, but, it kinda falls in within, and, I'm glad you
we'll finish
raised
that.
that.
We'll let the secretary finish up the report and I'll call them down here to
Okay.
deal with the.
Secretary report and secretary.
Yeah, I'm done with mine, that's all I have.
Steve, you got a question?
Yeah, just, briefly touching on the loaders, you said the loaders were purchased already?
Yeah, they said they had them up there, so I think they said they needed some type of MOU saying that they're being turned over to the
Who's they?
ARPA office.
Okay.
I guess,
Do they have a form in place, or?
I think they said they were developing that, so somebody can ask them when they get down here.
Okay. And the skid steers weren't ordered because of lack of funds in the.
That lack of funds, that's what I was told.
Yeah, anyway, referring back, that's the way I understood it in the beginning, is these skid steers and loaders were both gonna get paid out of that, of the 5 million this way.
Can you, let us know who all got the, loaders? Cause I know, but maybe the other council don't know who got those loaders, cause maybe they weren't here at the time of approval.
They got the resolution on who's supposed to get the loaders, the communities there's 4 communities that got loaders, right?
Yep, Two Strike, Butte Creek, Swift Bear, Black Pipe, Spring Creek. You guys get one?
We didn't get ours yet.
But you're supposed to, right? You're one of the 5?
But I'm not on it.
Yeah, did you think so? That's what it says on there.
Take a break and then I'll get them down here.
Yeah.
Take that.
Great shoot.
approve your report.
Yeah, reports, can I do
Oh,
that?
yeah, approve.
Yeah, do reports.
No motion.
Motion to approve
The Constitution.
Constitution reports, or you can do it one by one.
I'll do, you did yours, right? I'll do you two.
Okay. Motion to approve the president and the secretary's report, and second. Second, Bill. Question? Any? Yeah. All in favor?
1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Oh,
11.
not voting.
One not voting. 11, 0, 1. There,
I want to take 10 and I'll get them down here.
Take 10 minutes.
Treasurer can do his report.
How'd you think about my favorite? Yeah.
But this is seasonal.
So, I want to bring that back up. And so, you know,
Wish it was off there, so I can tell you what I'm really thinking. Hey Jim, can you just come down so they can get a report on the skisters and loaders?
Check your phone.
We'll need somebody down. Steve?
Yeah, that's all I recall it. Also is that the 5 communities are supposed to get the loaders, and the rest of the communities, the skidsters. But where did, and they were specifically for communities. They weren't for the roads department or any other program, specifically for the communities. Because the problem we were having out there is, we had this big storm. It's a good example of a lot of the outlying communities we get pretty much about last. Because the way I've seen it, they work from this area and work out with the equipment that they have because the equipment in this area. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted these loaders and the skidsters is so, especially in the outlying communities, is so that we can dig ourselves out instead of having to wait for days to get dug out around here and then finally, maybe a week or two later, get out to our areas. That's why we requested the loaders, but they were for the specific communities that we mentioned. They weren't for any other program. They were for the community specifically to dig themselves out in these storms. So that's where the confusion is. And it wasn't combining community this. It was specific communities were supposed to get those loaders, those 5 loaders. That's why I understood it. And that's why it stands. So if that wording and those resolutions are worded in that manner, then I think there's a problem there with the resolutions, the way they were worded, compared to what was said on this floor. There are 2 completely different things.
We probably need to reconsider them, fix them. I think that's what we need to do, but I don't know what kind of language you guys want in them, so.
I think that first one is okay with the 5 loaders outlining. But whoever drafted the second one for the skidsters, that one's the one that needs to be amended. 1, it doesn't have a funding source. 2, it broke out, it messed up the 5 communities, and I believe, what else did it say in there? Funding source, and it messed up those first 5, which conflicted with the first one. And it combined 2 communities, Upper Cutmate and Hedonk. So I think it's that second one that probably needs to be fixed, amended. But see, you can't amend it until we get to finance on getting that money loaded. So those are just my opinions on how that should happen, because that first one is okay with the 5 that we purchased for the outlining community.
So we can amend the resolution for the skidsters, correct it, and then come with another resolution saying that we're allocating this FEMA reimbursement.
I can't amend it until I have the funding source though.
Yeah, so see, that second one, we can't amend until we get that money into the loss of revenue. That's the first resolution. And then we come back and amend that second resolution there that states the skidster purchases, and we need to take off those 15, the specific communities that are mentioned in there. So we can't do anything with it until we get the FEMA money, more or less.
Any more questions for Jim?
Chairman, we lost the
Donna?
Lisa's still on. Sorry.
Go ahead, Don.
I wanted a clarification. There's some parents and guardians out there that are thinking that they're still gonna get clothing orders, but then we got them all already, right?
Those that one payment we made to all the children, $1,700, we made them for $1,250. Okay, so those parents and those children get a hold of us and tell us they didn't get a card. So what we'll do is we check that database, make sure they didn't get one, and then we cut them a check. Because they should be getting $1,500 just like everybody else.
So that's
That's what I'm,
yeah. Okay, thank you.
I have one thing. thing for Jim. I would just like to request that, council get some sort of report, as well as like a digest of all the minutes and things like that, just so that we know what's going on with ARPA. We really don't know what's going on. So,
There's a record from down here.
The Secretary's office has the minutes on the ARPA meetings, but we've only had one ARPA meeting since we got switched back to the Budget and Finance Committee, because council was the ARPA before, but we never talked about ARPA stuff, so. And then the one meeting we had, it was just trying to straighten out whatever all was being done or whatever with the clothing orders, because we had Cindy down here with us during that time. So there really wasn't too much written in them ARPA minutes, but the minutes are inside the Secretary's office.
well, I'm just asking for that since I can't make a motion since we don't have a quorum. But can we get an update on all of that stuff?
All the motions that were made for ARPA office? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, just, it'd be nice to
So
know
I
what's
just
going
do a
on.
search on ARPA office, or construction office, or whatever.
Because, I mean, we didn't even know that there was 500,000 left. We out of the loop on a lot of this stuff, so it'd be nice to know what's going on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Just to like piggyback off of that, I know I've been asking for the housing renovation list for a long time, and I guess I always come back to that because I sit on SWA, and they gave us a list with like who's on there, and it also just like deters from us having to call you or gym leader charge to check where they're at or whatever. But I know that it goes into saying that it's HIPAA, but like if it was just simple, like your name and what number you are, that's all it is for SWA. But yeah, I sit on there, and when I have somebody, let's say Donna, right, is getting a house repaired and she goes through SWA, they have to email ARPA, but like that takes a long time. Sometimes Jim don't even respond because we can't overlap that funding source. If Donna's got help from ARPA, she can't get help from SWA. That's just, they're the same funding. But we're running into that problem because SWA is trying to share that information with ARPA, but it's so secretive that they can't. It's just, any time that we're next 60 is up, they have to send an email and wait. Well, is Neil getting help? Is so-and-so getting help? And I guess I just don't understand why it has to be like that. Why can't council just have access to that list so we can look at it?
Anything else? No?
So I just have to make a motion for that then?
What's that?
Because we'll never get it?
You don't have quorum?
I mean, just whenever.
Yeah.
I send the financials out, with the ARPA committee budget plan. I send them all the financials out, I send them there.
Yeah.
It's not, it's numbers, you know. So it's not, me, I compare them all the time.
But not the housing one?
No, I don't have nothing to do with construction. I don't make the decision.
I know housing asks for it, and they this is how they do it. Housing calls over and asks for if they're doing any of the ones that they have on their list, and that's how they've been doing it.
We have to email.
It's happening that way, though. It's email, but it's happening that way. I just don't think it's a good idea to be, because we're not gonna be able, once it gets out there, it's gonna become a problem. And we're gonna get calls and say somebody jumped ahead of somebody else on the list, and it's just gonna be a big problem. But
Just to follow up on that, it is a problem right now. I get bombarded with them. I mean, I'm sure you do too.
I do, but I understand the process too.
I mean, you're acting like I don't understand the process. I do understand the process, but I also feel that we have an obligation to our people to be able to answer the questions in a timely manner instead of me feeling like I can't ask a question all the time. Because I get the same attitude that you're giving me right now.
Well, you're giving me attitude too, so.
Yeah.
Quick, man.
Chairman, this goes back to When I brought up Tecro, we don't have any contractors. That list went from probably 100 down to, I don't know, maybe 10, 20 contractors left. And it all has to deal with them fees. I brought it up several times, but nobody wants to discuss it, and we want to keep pushing, but some of these contractors don't want to deal with that Tecro fee that they have to pay. And from my understanding of Tecro, for however many years I've known Tecro, I've always thought that was created for the multi-million-dollar people that come to our reservation to work. I didn't know it was for our people to have to pay into that too. But, huh?
Directed towards grants.
But.
I feel the same. I think we should have a special meeting with the commissioners up there, along with the director, to talk about some of those issues, because it's running, our purpose of developing that construction office is to find work to have that employment for our local contractors and to provide some jobs. But I think we need to discuss that with the commissioners. Maybe can I set a special meeting with them or something, have them come down.
Yeah, because, you know, we have people who want to do contracts, they do want to work. But it's easier for them to go work in Nebraska or outlining the reservation, get those contracts out there because they don't have to pay all these Tecro fees. And, you know, it's getting so frivolous that, you know, even a $500 job is getting a Tecro fee. So, you know, something does need to happen, and it needs to happen soon because we're already in July and we only have August, September, maybe October to do some more home renovations. That's only 3 months left.
Any more questions? Neil?
I'll make that motion since we got our quorum back. I want to make a motion that council receives an update from the ARPA office, including the financials, and then we need to see the minutes from the secretary's office. And I would also like to see something from OHDC as far as like their progress with these homes, how many they're building, what it's costing, just things like that to keep us updated. Oh, and construction, please.
Motion on the floor. Any second? Second by Jordan. Any more discussion? Now we need a question. What? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Motion carried.
6, 0, 5.
Okay. Is that it for Jim?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
You get those financials right away. Right, tomorrow.
Using our email every week?
I did.
Monday, Monday. Monday, because we have council meeting Wednesday, we're gonna budget finance and ARPA's meeting Monday. Yeah.
What day is that?
Monday. I don't know if Lisa got that information out.
Okay, council, we have IHS sitting here. There's a request to have them on today. We haven't heard from them for a while, so Dale, are you ready to give a good report?
Sure. I'm not even guaranteed good. Fair?
Well, whatever you can do.
I will do.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for having us today. Francine Parmenter, she's the deputy CEO. All right.
Oh, Steve, go ahead.
I requested that you come down today. I haven't seen a written report for a while, so
Okay.
if we could get one in the future, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
But I do have some questions here. Now, when individuals are sent out and they, through IHS, transferred out or scheduled appointments or procedures, and they come back and they get these bills in the mail. Some of them get the bills in the mail. What is the process for submitting those bills? Where do you submit them? And what is the process for looking at them, approving them, or disapproving them?
So usually those come to us through the PRC. Most patients do bring bills, and they can bring them to administration, they can bring them to Lisa portal, if PRC isn't there, but we have folks in the PRC office every day, and they can bring those bills up there for an assessment.
Okay, the other question I have is, like what is the procedure to get a referral for someone that needs follow-up care? Do they have to go through outpatient, or is that done through the ER, or what is the?
Anybody in our system can put in a referral. Any of the providers can put in a referral. So we do get referrals every day from the ER on any transfer that goes out, or if they want some type of specialty care. Sometimes the ER docs will refer the patient back to their primary care provider in the clinic and tell them, work with your PCP, but most of the time they just initiate the referrals if they're necessary. And then the outpatient providers also every day put in referrals for patients for specialty care. If we have a contract in place and have like the Avell telespecialty for, like, we have rheumatology and there's some specialties that we have through the telehealth, we'll try to get those first. If it's related to physical therapy, we have physical therapy, but sometimes not our permanent providers, but some of our providers that are coming through on contract may not understand that we have physical therapy. So when we go through the PRC process, we take a look at what they're asking and see if, the full scope of the workup has been done. It usually has. It's pretty rare that we don't just go with what they say. But we do try to make sure if it's a service that we provide locally, that we at least try to route it through there. If it's not, then we go ahead through the PRC process.
The other thing is, like when someone is referred out, whether it be emergency or non-emergency, and then they get the procedure of whatever care that they need done, return home, but they get a follow-up from the particular care facility that they were sent to. Now, some of them I know are going back to these care facilities to do these follow-ups, but what's happening is they're getting bills for that. I just won't pay for that. So in that case where I just refer someone out and they set an appointment to come back at this date, they go back at this date, yet they get a bill. Doesn't I just pay for that follow-up?
So the referrals to PRC are good for 90 days.
Okay.
So if there's follow-up within that 90 days from the time the referral was issued, they can go back and have that referral, and we get that information because there's a purchase order that gets assigned to that case by PRC. And so as long as it's within those 90 days. Now, in some of those instances, it requires longer follow-up than that, right? They may have had something pretty extensive and they wind up going for the next year and a half. And we try to make sure that the patients are aware that any referral is good for 90 days. So it does take a lot of communication between us and the patient so that we know, because we don't always know when those follow-up appointments are made. And so it does take a lot of good communication between the patient and the staff at IHS to make sure that the referral we have in place covers for that time. Anytime a patient is not certain if it covers, we encourage them to give us a call so we can see, because all we have to do is enter another referral.
So in other words, if it goes past that 90 days and they get a referral, let's say 6 months down the road, they have to go back and be seen at IHS to follow up on that referral, correct?
Not necessarily. It doesn't always require a face-to-face visit with the provider. In fact, I've dealt with a lot of those scenarios in my time here. And we tend to just look at the case as a PRC committee. And if it looks like in good faith we had been providing that, we just missed that coverage time, we go ahead and just process that.
So any individual or patient with, that went beyond the 90 days and they're getting these bills, can they still turn them back into IHS?
Yep, they should bring those bills up to us and let us run those through the PRC committee so we can see. Because sometimes it is, a lot of times it is that the person is now seeing the specialty care, usually in Sioux Falls or somewhere far away, and they're telling the patient to come back, but they've not necessarily notified us. And if the patient doesn't tell us and it goes beyond that, then they'll automatically get a bill from that facility. So it's very important that we all stay in communication. And we do try to put, it may have been a few months since we put the last information about the PRC process on our social media page. But that's the absolute most important thing patients can do, is just give us a call, and they can call admin, they can call PRC. We'll take care of them.
Okay. I'm going to be having a leave at 2:30, but I have, my next question is, which level are you at as far as referring patients? Yeah, what priority? Yeah.
So I will say during my time here, we haven't had a lot of cases that actually get designated as a priority 3 or 4. Most of them are a 1 or a 2. And we are covering 1s and many of the priority 2s. And what we have done since I've been here is we've implemented a deferral process. So every week, we know, based on the funding allocation that we get annually, we broke that down to the 52 weeks of the year. So we kind of know a ballpark dollar figure of what we can spend each week for PRC. Weekends are always heavy, for transfers. We still continue to do a lot of flights. And so those are typically priority 1s. But what we do with one that is a priority 2 is we sometimes will defer that on a Monday, but then on Friday we pick it up. And we go through all of our deferrals. Typically, we're running between 30 and 40 referrals a day. On average, I would say by the end of the week, we have between 10 or 15 priority 2s that were deferred. And we look at each one of those cases again and see if there's any mechanism we can do. Maybe it's a colonoscopy. So we call Pine Ridge to see if their surgeons are accepting those types of cases, which they are. So we do kind of a shared service and try to work with that patient to get them there. And if it's not something that we can do a shared service on and we have the funds to support it, we go ahead and approve those. Now, I will tell you, the team has been very hardworking. I would say in the time that I've been here, there's 2 things we've done. One is that deferral process, but the other thing is we've really engaged our case management nurses to assist PRC in getting the documentation that they need in the CHEF portal. Now, those are catastrophic cases that are over a certain dollar amount, and we can go back to headquarters and submit those cases and actually receive more funds. And we've received quite a few funds for 2022. By doing a joint collaborative process through that. And so what we've done, in addition to that deferral process and watching our weekly allocations, is we watch how much we have left in the 2022 CHEF cases that we received reimbursement on, and we're covering those priority 2s with that as well.
Okay, so, some of the referrals out for, specialty care, a lot of that, some of that is based on funding. I mean, let's say, for
The
example.
referral's not
Yeah,
based on
referrals,
funding,
yeah.
the referral, the providers never have, they're referring, when the patients come to them and they say they need a referral, it's because they feel like they medically need a referral.
The reason why I asked that is you mentioned, going back and checking on the funding.
So we just do that at the end of the week. If we have, so sometimes on especially a holiday weekend, we have a lot of transfers. And so we already know by Monday and Tuesday, we're already hitting our weekly, what we know internally is just kind of our budget limit.
Okay, so does that affect,
So then we'll-
referrals going out then, or?
No, because if they're priority one, they're gonna get labeled a priority one and a PO is gonna be cut.
It might delay like the priority twos.
But the priority twos, it will delay just until Friday. And then we circle back to those and come up with a plan. And it's more of a plan, right? Typically it's we won't use this week's allocated funds, but we'll dip into the 2022 chef funds that we have.
What kind of working relationship do you have with DaVita Dialysis?
Well, I would say it's a good working relationship in the sense that when they reach out to us and have a need, we try to respond to it. Day to day, we don't have a lot of interface. They have their patients and their businesses that they run, but if they run into an issue with the patient, they bring them to our ER. One of the other things we've collaborated with them on was during some of the bad weather this spring. They had some known patients that we knew a blizzard was coming. They knew that they were gonna have trouble getting those patients here, and so we brought them up, not as a hospital admission, but we gave them a safe place to be during the storm upstairs.
I guess, the reason why I'm asking that is, for example, there is, just an example, is there specific types of, when you do like an IV, certain types of bandage that you put on that IV? And a lot of it really seals it up good, the plastic type of bandage, versus just putting gauze and doing it that way, and just taking over it.
You mean on the shunt?
Yeah, like on shunt and portal.
Okay.
And I think the reason why I'm asking that is I would think that the plastic wrap, the one that goes over, to cover the entire IV site, my opinion, it would be more appropriate than just put a gauze over it because of the infection. Rates of infection, chances of infection, getting inside that gauze or getting wet, what have you. So, the reason why I'm asking that, I don't know if we received any patients yet that that was the case, that just gauze was used. And just to tape over that and created, it got infected. And so I don't know if you converse back and forth that way, saying, hey, this is a problem. If you find that type of case.
It hasn't been brought to my attention, but it could have been brought to Dr. Montelo, Callie, or Lisa. I haven't seen anything like that come through, but I can do some checking, and if you know of a specific case you want me to look into.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Vanessa.
Good afternoon, thank you for coming. I have a question on our patients, like our tribal and the ones that come from different tribes. They come in and they see a doctor and they get a referral from that doctor depending on what type of problems they have. So when they get a letter that they were denied, even though it was a serious case, cancer, something wrong with their spine, or they get a letter that they were denied, then they get depressed, they're afraid to go back, and get checked again because they need to go out and get referred somewhere so they can check on their issues that they're having. And that was kind of like a concern that was brought up. So what do you do when they're denied? Do they have to go back 2, 3, 4 times to get approval?
So here's what should happen, and it doesn't always happen this way, but I would like it to be that way. Only because it makes it easier for the patient. So when a patient is here, but they're not enrolled here, right? They're not from here, but they live here. Maybe they're married to someone. With IHS, there's direct and indirect services. So people that are enrolled somewhere else are eligible for those direct and indirect services at their tribe. And I'll use myself as an example. I'm enrolled in Pine Ridge. If I came to Rosebud for care, which I have, I can get whatever services Rosebud offers there. But if I have to go out, I am supposed to go back to my IHS, where I'm enrolled, and get my referral from there. Because that's where I qualify for direct and indirect services. Here at Rosebud, I can only have direct services for what's offered in the building. Now, in a perfect world, we would be able to educate our patients every time they come in, try to look at where they're tribally enrolled, and explain that process in detail. And if it was even more perfect than it is now, we would be able to pick up the phone and call a provider from Pine Ridge and say, hey, I'm seeing so-and-so here today. Here's what we did. We did an x-ray. We did this lab. This is what I think we need. Can you enter a referral for this patient on your end? Because between the two of us, you know, they're both our patient. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen. It's a busy clinic. A lot of times the providers aren't aware that where patients are enrolled or those types of services that people are eligible for, because they're there to see what medical care they need, right? So they'll just put the referral in, and then on the back side, when we're running them through PRC, that's where we notice that. And we do a lot of calling, especially one of the biggest areas we see this is with inmates. Because sometimes we have inmates here in Rosebud that they're from long ways away. And so our PRC staff call those places and try to coordinate those types of care when we can. And sometimes we're very successful, and sometimes it's not always easy to get that coordinated. But anytime a patient has that, they really should come see me, come see Francine. We can help work with them to find out if they have a care provider. Maybe they haven't been over to their tribe of enrollment for a long time, but we can try to get in touch with the right people and get the providers talking to one another.
Okay. And then the other question is, so if someone gets seriously injured in a bad accident or something versus something happens at home with the same type of injury or something that's serious, why does the person at home with that same injury get denied?
Depends, because it's not always about the injury. Sometimes it's about what payer source the patient has. So if both patients had Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurance, if Medicare and Medicaid, they may get a denial because IHS is the payer of last resort. So they might get a denial for that same injury no matter where it occurred at, because one patient has Medicare and Medicaid and they have that alternate payment source, but the other patient doesn't have a payment source. So they might get approved. So it might not be because of the mechanism of injury, it might be because they have an alternate service, a payment source. Yeah, they put it in file, will still happen. Yep.
Joe, did you have a
Because PRC denial doesn't mean you can't go get the care. It all, you know, if you're, and the letters say that you're denied because you have an alternate payment source, like veteran. IHS would expect the VA to pay that first, and then if there were other things, the patient can bring the bill to us or let us know, and we can look into the rest of it. But so it's a lot of, I do think that sometimes our patients don't fully understand that a denial means the care, doesn't always mean the care can't happen. If it's a denial for another payer source, the care can still happen. It just means IHS isn't going to be the first one that picks up that bill. The Medicare, Medicaid, VA, that alternate resource will pick that up first.
Jordan.
Thank you. So at one of my community meetings, I was brought up, I had a kid that they had appendicitis, grew up, and they went to the ER. But because they had Medicaid, the ER nurse told them that they would have to wait, and it was like in the evening time, and they had to wait to go to Mission Medical the following day.
Now that definitely shouldn't occur, and I'll want that made.
Okay, so
Because an ER visit requires Impala. So anybody who comes through the ER should at minimum be triaged by the nurses and have a medical screening and exam by a provider.
yeah, and it came back that like her appendicitis erupted the next, well, she had to wait, they wouldn't even see her in the ER, the child, so they waited throughout the night, she was in pain, and then the next day she went to Mission Medical, and they gave her like a referral to go to Winter or somewhere else, and they took care of her, but I guess it was just kind of a concern, because if most of our kids are Medicaid eligible, so if that means if they have it, then
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
If
We're
they come
supposed
to
to see
the
them,
ER, we see them, period. No questions asked.
Okay.
Payment source does not matter in the ER, so we'll get that from you.
Thank you.
Because that's a quality of care issue, and that's something I get all over, right away.
Thank you.
Eileen.
Thank you for coming. So if someone is at end of life and they're in Sioux Falls or Rapid and they want to come back to Rosebud, who do this family contact? How do they go about getting it?
The best places are case managers, our case management nurses. And that's Jerry, brings them back in Christine Pop. Those case management nurses work with everybody that we transfer out, and they watch if they're admitted in Sioux Falls. They have calls with the case managers and the discharge planning nurses in Sioux Falls and Monument, wherever our patients go to find out if there's, because anytime, even when we admit somebody at Rosebud, we do discharge planning, and part of that process is to say, we think this will be a 1 to 2 day admission, or we think they'll be here a week. We kind of try to plan ahead, because you're always trying to plan to see what you need to do to make that patient eligible for discharge and make sure it's a safe discharge. So our case management nurses work with those discharge planners at those receiving facilities all the time. And we try to, if that is something that the patients want to do, is to come back, we try to make sure that we have that available. And that does happen on a very frequent basis, because we want our patients to be back here at home so their families can be with them. Sometimes, though, it depends on the level of acuity of that patient and what they need. It could be that they have a medical requirement that we're just not able to take care of those. But I would say most of the time we're able to bring those patients back. And we can, if they can't get a hold of the case management nurses, they can always call Callie or myself. We'll work with the families to bring them back.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Thank you. So, a while back, I don't remember if you were here, if it was the other lady, but
It was me.
about reporting like getting an MRI machine to be able to come here.
Okay, I do know that was something that Melody had. Yeah, she was working on that, and
The specialty clinics as well.
specialty clinics, we have some through Lavelle.
Okay.
If there was another one, I'm not aware of what it was.
Oh, it was just in my notes from like April when it was, Okay, that was brought up at my community meeting, they were just asking as well if there was gonna be like the MRI machine to come. So I thought, Melody was saying it was supposed to be here maybe like once or twice a month, so I was just following up with
I think
that.
that was the plan, but since I've been here, I haven't seen the execution. So we can work on trying to get one, but we will be picking it up from the beginning.
Okay, and then I kinda understand the stuff with the diabetes checker with the arm.
Okay.
And I've had people asking about that. I know diabetes prevention has gotten like 100 of them through their grant, but I don't know if that's something that IHS would be able to do, cause, like the finger pricks, and it's just like.
Yeah, the thing you wear in the back of your arm.
Yeah, I had a lot of people asking me about those as well, so I don't know if that's a possibility that we could get in here.
I don't want to misspeak, but I think we already do. I don't want to misspeak. I know, but I know who the people would be that would be able to answer that question, and that's Bill Wannenberg, our dietitian, and Joanne Renner, our diabetes nurse.
Okay.
So what I will do is find out what the plan is, or if there's an implementation plan, or if it's already been implemented, and let you guys know.
Thank you.
Okay, we lost our quorum, council. Do you want to continue with the report, or do you want to? Or can she go?
You can be excused.
I don't want to say that either, I don't sound right, so.
You may be excused.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Real quick, just to follow up on our meeting that we had in Rapid, can you give them a rundown of some of the stuff that you have going on over there, just like, you know,
Well,
as far as
projects and everything?
yep, the
Sure.
projects, just so that they know.
Okay, well, relax. We have a lot going on at Rosebud. So first, earlier this year, we had our ED flooring project. I don't know if any of you experienced that, but that was a phased project where we had the entire floor of the ED redone. And so that project's all done, and it looks really nice up there now. We have at night, there has been a whole project going on with our, I'm not an engineer, but like our HVAC, and there's a cooling system throughout the hospital that they had to do. They've had to do a lot of stuff up in the pipes in the ceiling up in the penthouse. And so they've been doing that in the middle of the night so that they don't disrupt like any airflow or things during the day when it tends to be hotter outside. And so that's been going on and continues. We have the parking lot project going on, and we have, if you ever loop around the hospital, you'll see there's new cement poured back there down where kind of our loading docks and stuff are on the, in my mind, it's the west side. I don't know if that's actually accurate. And then part of the side where the front door of the hospital is, part of that is tore up. It's getting new piping, water piping underneath to pull the water away from the hospital. We did have some issues with that about a week and a half ago after that big storm, but I believe that's been taken care of. And then that will have all new asphalt, and we're hoping that'll be done before winter. And then there are more projects that are going to be taking place. The emergency room, for a brand new emergency room, we have received the full funding for that, so that's a funded project. And the way that's looking is, instead of taking over the current space, it's probably going to be a brand new 2-story addition to the hospital on the back side, where we'll get an emergency room, and we're still looking at what we would move on that second floor, but maybe putting lab or radiology up there. And there is also a funded project that'll be starting this fall that will close off that open area in the waiting room, so there'll be a roof there, and that will all become second floor and open up a lot more square footage for us. And so we're working to figure out how the best patient flow will be through there in those areas, and there will be some changes to some of the departments, but we'll definitely, before those go live and we do any moving, we'll definitely be informing the public on our, through here and through our social media. Great. Lots of stuff going on there. Yeah. They keep me busy.
Thank you, Dale.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Yeah, happy to come anytime.
Yeah.
All right.
Just ask. Thank
you.
Hey, I was gonna ask you guys, I know next Friday's a holiday, but would you be willing to visit? The only time the prosecutors can visit us.
Respondents shut open to say that, doesn't say that prices will be the same. I want to talk to the vendors about the prices for the food and stuff.
What's gonna be at the store? Thank you. Oh, I see. Thank you.
You're going to jail.
I make certain, like,
I didn't think about that.
Are they staying here?
Good point.
If I keep like certain resolutions in here that were like tabled, will they stay?
Yeah.
So I got my password.
White House works.
My record. Can I do that?
Start at 10 or what?
Are we meeting on the 10th or what's going on the 10th?
That was the budget finance.
Now, nobody wants to do so.
We don't meet on the 10th. See you. Scared me.
The mayors are pants.
Okay, with you.
Either way, it's gonna be a
She's acting up.
Spirit.
Well, I
Calvin's
thought he
still in
would
there?
throw some white because he's got a.
Okay,
black face.
Son was
That white side.
Yeah.
In the quarter horse business, there's just too many quarter horses.
She's locked in there.
Enough pedigree papers.
Scott has someone locked up in there.
Not gonna be right. But you go into the pink world.
Hey, where's Bill going?
I think he just walked out.
He must go to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, I think he was that way.